not perfect from Eric Ho there, and I didn't hear too much sound from the engine, so he was letting it coast, even though he was drifting, so he's not going to score very highly with the judges, I'm afraid. So what did you think about that run from Eric Ho?
Pretty poor, almost zeroing it, but he got some very less points, so for me it's 8.
8 and 1. I think he got some style points for the eyelashes and his bonnet batting an eyelid, but unfortunately wasn't able to push the car. Maybe there's an issue with it. We'll go find out from him later on. We've got Marcus Lim up next with his 180SX. Looks like it's an SR20 with 15-inch rims. Let's see what he can do. It would be good to get some speeds, entry speeds for you. We'll try and get that sorted out. We're going to try and get some entry speeds for you and find out exactly how things are going. A bit twitchy with the power there. Lots of wheel movement. But again, some of these cars are not running full-on angle kits. They're running like cut, chopped knuckles, etc. So sometimes with that you do get a lot of, well, bump steer and issues at full angle. You get a lot of throwback from the car, so that could be something that's happening with some of the lower power cars because you're trying to push the maximum power out. So you might not have the best of angle kits because you don't really need it because you're not going so fast if you're running like an SR20. So you just see there the front wheel twitching. That could be something to do with the knuckles, as you know, opposed to actually driver error. That judge scrutinizing as he comes back to the start position again. We've got our Thai driver Moo in his S13 with his huge, what's a 900 horsepower setup. Tycoon, aka Moo. Big angle. Lots of anti-lag. Oh, some straightening there, unfortunately. I'm reading the body language of Bullseye, and he didn't look happy with that. Getting a bit too close on the Riga on the inside, not really hitting the clipping point there. But it's a better run than I could have done. I'm not sure I can handle a car with 900 horsepower. It's a pretty crazy prospect. But Moo doing a very good job nevertheless. However, not scoring that high on our judges' scoreboards. So who do we have up next? Okay. We got number 11, GT Hira. Okay. Number 11 on the Group A board and car number 25. S15. Nice looking setup there. 2JZ. Shifting through gears down the straight. Let's see what his initiation is. Looks like a bit of a heavy turn in. No Scandinavian flick. This looks good. Oh, a bit of a flick. Straighten up. Again, a straighten in Riga. Doesn't really hit the clipping point too well. And here we go. Let's see what he does in the third and final clipping point there. So we've got 4 clipping points on this current track setup. Outside just after the flick. Over by the transition after the flick, going into Riga, the back end through Riga, and the fourth transition is, the fourth clipping point rather, is the final corner to the left, which we see here on the screen now. Pakarazi, car number 32, in his A86. Let's see what he can do. I think, let me just check what I've got. Okay, Pakarazi, yes, car number 32. Yeah, we didn't see him just now, so he's only getting out here right now on his second run in qualifying. Missed his first run, so he's got to make up for things right now. I hope he's had enough practice this morning. Looking pretty smooth and quite confident, getting a nice clipping point straightening, and that is it. He's straightened up. He's going to score no points on that. Moving on swiftly to Group B. How do you think things went just now for our drivers in Group A? Do they look good?
Yes, of course. A few good drivers in Group A for sure. We have Fajri, we have the Prince of Tricks, the Jan. We have Moo as well. His first run was pretty good. And unfortunately for Pakarazi, he had some issues with the car, so he didn't come for a second run. But pretty decent run until after Liga, he had to shut down. Tomorrow, and let's check out Group B. We have Rocco Law, team 199. Media, Wong, Sifu, Chang, Mun Han. Mun Han was the round 1 NDS champion. Could he do well this round and grab the championship? We'll see. And we have also Wong Sifu, who is second on round 2. We got Ahmed, Rehab Auto, we got Ahmed from Malaysia. And we've got Dorigo from Thailand, and we've got Ki also from Thailand. So pretty interesting group this one. Big names from Thailand, and also podium from round 1 and 2. So let's see.
So it's going to be an interesting group to watch. Lots of experienced drivers out there. A lot of people that had issues with their cars in previous rounds of the National Drift Series are back with fixes for their cars, and they're ready to roll. Like Mun Han, for example, he was in round 1, wasn't able to compete in round 2, but he is looking if he can clinch victory today to be an overall winner for the National Drift Series. Let's see how things go for him. And yes, a lot of people like Eric Wong Sifu, he's had clutch issues with his car. He's actually been through 2 different clutches since we last saw him. In round number 2, he wasn't able to get enough speed into initiation, and that was causing him some issues. But now things are better. He's been able to test the car recently, and now he's looking better than ever. So there he is in his FT86, the only FT86 today. And that's running a 2JZ, and I can't wait to see what he can do. As well as we've got a 350Z, the only 350Z in the competition. I'm looking forward to seeing Ivan Chew, the crab walker, go slideways in that. It's running a VQ engine, the only VQ in the paddocks today. It's got a mild turbo on it, and it's gonna be pushing out 330 horsepower. But now, up on the starting blocks, we have Rocco Law. Rocco Law, a bit of a veteran, doing very well in round number 2, but having a couple of issues, I'd say, with his setup, because he's changed to a new car. So this is the second time we're going to see Rocco Law in the S15. Great sounding car. Looks good right now. Hitting that clipping point through Riga. Nice clean transition into the last clipping point. Plenty of smoke from Rocco Law. So here's a replay. Boom. Big old flick into that. Nice flick transition. Nice and clean through that section. Didn't quite get in the box, but was on the line. Highest entry speed. What was the entry speed? Do we know? 116 kilometers an hour entry speed from Rocco Law. Faster than Moo in his 900 horsepower S13. So Rocco Law winning the prize so far for the fastest entry speed, which is pretty phenomenal. And now we have Nim in his 180SX. You can see Rocco Law running back past the paddocks, past the grandstand rather. Wheel lifting off the floor there from Nim. Three-wheel motion. Missing the clip point a little bit on Riga, but doing a nice job on the fourth and final. Oh, and things went completely wrong on the last bit of the run. He wanted to do some love tapping on the tires. He just got stuck. Oh, what a shame. Okay, we're going to get our tow truck out. Our tow truck driver. He's received the signal. Can see him on the walkie now, and he's motoring over, getting his turbo running. He's going to go and pull Nim out of the tires. Nim had a pretty good run, but just not enough speed and momentum through the last clipping point, and causing him to go off the track. So coming up next, we got Wei Shen. So right now, coming up, when Nim is off the track, we do have our National Drift Series round number 2 winner, Wei Shen. So he'll be coming out today in the same car. It'll be the 180SX. Nice lime green car. That should be the lime green car. But he is going to be driving for Malaysia in Oman, coming up very, very soon. So he's earned the position to drive the E92, is it? Bullseye's E92. Bullseye, tell us a bit about the car that Wei Shen's going to be driving in Oman, and what competition is that?
Okay, so basically what our plan for NDS National Drift Series is actually to find the first national champion, and with that we're going to find a national event to send our drivers, our champion, to compete in. So this year, Wei Shen is the one that's supposedly to be Villian. He was supposed to be Villian because he's right now currently leading the championship, but unfortunately he's got caught up with work, so he can't commit for the OIDC, which is in January. So we send our second place, which is Wei Shen, currently sitting second and also winning round 2. So that's good enough for him to represent Malaysia in Oman, which is happening in January.
All right, so he's got a bit of time to practice. He's not going to be practicing in the BMW today, though.
Yeah, we did some session, I think on Wednesday.
I saw that on the Instagram account.
Yeah.
He was like, woohoo, and like
he's having fun.
rolling through with the E92. Yeah.
He wanted to send his car, but unfortunately, I think the power is not sufficient because once you go to international event, big events, you need a good weapon to compete against the big boys. So I believe we, from Exclusive Motorsport, we support our drivers, our local champion, to uplift them with the cars we have. You're
giving them the best possible chance to represent.
That's right.
Which is a fantastic thing, actually. It's a very nice stepping stone.
Let's go.
Now, who do we have up next? 3, 2, 1, Wei Shen. Oh yes, of course. We were just talking about Wei Shen. Of course, he's up next. I was like looking for his name on the door. It's not. It's on his fender. Okay, here we go. Can hear him from over here. So Wei Shen, he's running an SR20, right? So he's running the stock SR20 and has taken punishment. How much horsepower is he running in the stock SR20? 250, it looks like 300 plus. I think he's got 300 plus horsepower, running on 15-inch wheels, looking nice and smooth. Clean transition, very smooth. You can see why he's won the chance to go run in the Oman Drift Series. A lot of faith in Wei Shen and showing in this practice run that he does in fact deserve it. But of course, he's got one more practice run as everyone else does today. Everyone's got 2 practice runs, and then we have our competition. How did he do?
I like the initiation, the snappy transition, and also carrying consistent angle, but unfortunately he missed Riga. And then transition towards the final tipping point was really aggressive and hard, and carrying the same angle without any hesitation. So yeah, slight high on angle for me.
Yeah, so the front wheel was hardly moving, staying flat to the floor with the throttle is very nice, but the Riga clipping point, he just missed it with the back end of the car. But the car looked good, he looked good, and I'm sure he'll be able to hit the clipping point in his next qualifying run. He's got rolling up right now PD Yap in a 180SX 2JZ. Oh, went straight through that transition, the S transition. Looking a little bit manic, straightening out that front wheel, something that we just, like for example, in contrast to Wei Shen had a nice consistent angle of the front wheel, and we can see there with PD Yap, the steering angle was continually changing. He's running quite a bit of power as well. He's running 630 horsepower, one of the more powerful 2JZs out today. Most of our 2JZs on the track are running around 500 or just under, but there are several exceptions for that, including PD Yap in this 180SX. Not a huge amount of smoke this time in comparison to some of the other cars, but doing all right through the last transition. And a car I'm interested to look at here is Wong Sifu with his FT86. Had clutch issues, like a couple of different clutch changes. And yeah, so he's been sorting that out recently. The only practice he's had is practice with his car after the last clutch change. So it looks like he's running a Trinity clutch now. He's had one practice with this current clutch setup. He also had some issues with his rear suspension traction. He's got helper springs in the back end, which is causing a lot of bounce, maybe causing grip issues. So the car's grip is going from very grippy to soft to grippy, which might cause him some issues with angle. And there's some straightening up there as well from Wong Sifu on the final transition from Riga into the last clipping point. But again, he's not had much chance to test out this car. So this is, although it's a qualification round, it's one of his practices. Lots of smoke, and then we see a straighten up there, which is going to be, that's going to be a bit of an issue. 0 points on that particular section. The whole round, because he got the straightening up, unfortunately 0 points. Okay, part of the Westlake crew. 180SX, Wilson Chang. A bit of angle changing there. Looking pretty hot through Riga. Bit of angle change. Oh, and he's straightened out. I'm not sure if that would count as a 0, just like Eric Wong, but 0, it is a 0. in fact, unfortunately, so that can be another practice for him. That's running a 2J with a little under 500 horsepower. So maybe he's just getting his footing rather, by getting this practice run in. Here we see getting the clipping point round Riga, and then in the transition, unfortunately, almost a full straighten up there, or it was totally full. So he gets 0 points for the whole run. This is number 24, Westlake team. One of the S14s here today. Overall winner in round number 1 of the National Drift Series, Mun Han. Skipped round number 2 and looking to do well today in round number 3. He does have one of the most powerful 2JZs out here. 700 horsepower. No practice at all, just jumping straight back in. He's been too busy building cars for people to get practice in. So let's see how that weighs on him today. Looking okay, I think. Lots of smoke. Good sounding anti-lagged 2JZ. One of only a couple of S14s today. Quite a rare chassis out here in Malaysia to get. Saw one in the parking lot, I think. Looked very nice. White S14. Props to the owner. Nice transition there from Mun Han. Getting that clipping point there, and then Riga just outside, and nice transition into the final clipping point. Okay, and it is Ivan Chew. This guy, Crab Walker, also round number 1. He's had some issues with his gearbox. So in round number 1, he only had gears number 1, 2, and 4. That was all he was using. So he's doing a lot of clutch kicking in 4th gear rather, because he was missing 3rd. But this time, he's got a new gearbox, another CD009 Fairlady gearbox. So this is a proper full-on Fairlady. Oh, gets a bit of a straightening there. Again, 0 points, so he's going to be using this as a practice. He was out on the practice this morning. He said it was quite slippery, but let's see how he does in the second round of his practice. Unfortunately, a straighten out does mean 0, so that's 2 members of the Westlake crew unfortunately getting 0. Yeah, no seat time, but the car is now fixed. And it's one of the only VQs out here today. So different sounding. It is a VQ turbo, rocking 330 horsepower. Mild boost, but it does well for torque. So he's got 3rd gear today, but no seat time might have cost him. Now we've got Samil Ahmed. Shamil Ahmed in his S15, doing a little flick into his transition. 2JZ. Nice clean angle, continuous power down through the transition there. Inside, outside. Did he hit the clipping point in Riga? Yep. Looks good. Pretty smooth run. Not too much smoke, but did look fairly smooth. How do you feel that went?
I think it's a pretty safe run. Yeah, so for me it's an average score. He could have done better, and I think he should have a longer ratio because he was hitting the limiter, almost dropped the course. So not bad, but average.
So he could change up another gear, do you reckon, Bullseye? So drop the ratio to a slightly lower ratio in the final drive, in the rear diff. Car did look smooth though. Maybe he's just taking it easy and playing it safe for these practice runs. Never know. Dorigo from Thailand. Oh, Dorigo, car number 130, S15. I didn't get a chance to speak to him earlier. Pretty sure he's going to be running a 2J. Sounds pretty menacing as it flicks in. Wow. Oh my goodness, this is a powerful car. Wow. Oh, wow. That was, he's taken like different lines here. He turned that into a whole different line. Gonna check the replay to see what's up with the old wheels off. He's left smoke. I think he's probably rocking another like 700 to 900 horsepower there. So we're just gonna check this first clip here. Boom! One tire, so that's okay. And then hits that clip on the inside nicely. And right there, he's on the concrete. Does it one tire off? Judges are saying one tire off there in the transition. I think he's just taking so much speed through that, you know, that's what happens when you get so much speed and momentum through. Big, fat, powerful car. I'm sure he'll be able to readjust in his second run, but that looked really good from a spectator's point of view. Sounds really nice, that car. Sounds like a sequential gearbox as well. Double 4 up on the blocks, 180SX. Key. Another Thai dude. Dorigo. So this is the Dorigo understudy. Another big horsepower 2JZ, 3-wheel motion as he gets the clipping point into Riga. Looking good though, nice and smooth. Lots of smoke. Another powerful Sylvia chassis 2JZ. So Dorigo and his understudy Key both doing very well. Point-wise, how did he do point-wise there? How did Key do?
Okay, the initiation was pretty good. If he initiated slightly earlier, I would have probably give him a full score on the first sector, but he missed that, so pretty high score for me, Angle.
Well, it's good. Yeah, both are looking good, the Thai guys, I have to say. And we're back up to the first car in Group B, their second run. This morning in Malacca International Motorsports Circuit. Yeah, Key definitely running a sequential gearbox by the sound of things. So, Rocco Law, second run in the National Drift Series round number 3, and the second time we've seen him in the S15 during the National Drift Series. Let's see how he can do this time, if he has readjusted to his new car. Previously, what car did Rocco Law use?
We've been using this S15 for quite some time, I think since 2014, if I'm not wrong. So before this was S13, yeah.
Right, so SR20, so now this is a 2JZ Beast, different kettle of fish. So quite a fan favorite, Rocco Law. Let's see how he does in his second qualifying session of the day. We are already moving forward into the afternoon. The clouds are in the sky, but the track is very dry, well, quite dry compared to this morning. Rocco Law looking good, nice and smooth and wide through the clipping point in Riga. Smooth transition into the fourth clipping point. Looking good, sounding good. Lots of smoke. Points-wise, was that good? Bullseye? Pretty good.
For me, on the high, early 20s.
So, like early 20s, what are we scoring out of here?
For me, it's 35 points.
So it's out of 35 points in total.
5 points for me.
25 points. So you'll be scoring the drivers on things like angle, style, clipping points, speed going in. Lots of different factors are being taken into account here. Wei Shen. What's happened to Nim? Okay, so Nim has just moved back a little bit. He's got issues with the car. Wei Shen going nice and wide through the first clipping point. Good transition, smooth control of the car. Front wheels got like virtually no twitch. He's just sitting in the cockpit doing virtually nothing. Car must be really, really well set up. He's just sitting there, taking it easy. It's all about his right foot, and yeah, didn't even need to just keep it on the steering lock and get around that Rega corner. Beautiful. Group C being called out right now as we move into the mid pack of Group B's qualifying second run. We've got PD App up on the blocks in the 180SX. Another 2JZ beast out here with 630 horsepower. Let me see. PD has said he's had no setup changes, as round 2 was good for him. So this time he's just pulled the car out. No need to change, just maintain a little bit. And he's had today's practice to get a feel for the track, and he said he felt good this morning. He felt good, he felt happy. Felt happy to be talking to me, and he's out here right now in his 180SX, laying down some rubber. Quite a reasonable first transition. Oh, and it looks like he's gone all out there, and he's straightened up. Unfortunately, from Riga to the fourth and final clipping point, so he's going to get no points for that round, unfortunately. So feeling good, but unfortunately not getting the bacon. Zero points as he moves forward. I'm not sure how that will do in his overall standings in the qualifications, but we'll be tallying those points up a little later, and we will let you know. So right now is qualification, and we got Eric Wong. Just now he got 0 points. Let's see what he can pull out of the bag this round. Clutch issues should all be resolved, and he just hasn't had much time to test the car. Maybe if you see the back end of his car, the back end, the suspension moves a lot. He said he's got helper springs in, and the back end bounces a lot, so you get a lot of traction issues, which of course can alter your angle. Let's see how he goes. Just now he had issues with this transition. Nice deep angle, and that was a nice transition. Getting some points this time. So Bullseye, he got 0 points in the first run in qualifying. What do you feel his overall in qualifying was? So overall, for Eric Wong Sifu, what do you think his overall qualifying was like?
It was pretty average for this one. I think he's trying to push, but at the same time being careful. So for me, it's an average score. So somewhere in the teens.
Because he got 0 points in the first round. You could say go all out and try and get more points to get like 100% in your practice, your qualifying rather. However, if you don't qualify, if you get another 0, it's game over, end game. So maybe it's better to just get an average score and sit somewhere in the middle and hope someone else messes up. So another car, another 180SX that I think got 0 points just now. He's doing well now, Wilson Chang. Oh, it looked a bit dodgy from the Riga transition into the fourth transition. Some mild straightening. Did he get 0 points? He got points. So he didn't hit the 0, which is good for him. So it's going to be quite tight with qualifying right now. Our judges are really going to have their work cut out, umming and ahhing as to which cars go through into our brackets later on. So today we got a lot of different things happening for you. We got loads of different drivers from around Malaysia. And in fact, we've got drivers from Thailand as well. We're going to have some international drivers from Brazil, but they couldn't make it today, unfortunately. But right now is practices, and then this is official qualifying. Mun Han right now in his official qualifying round number 2 in his very high-powered 2JZ 700 horsepower S14. Looking pretty smooth. Smoke has not settled on the side of the track there. Looked good, but not very close to the clipping point. But the car does sound good. That S14 always has performed well. So after our qualifying today, we are going to have qualifying results and a tandem briefing. Later on after that, around 2:30 p.m., we're going to have our 32 driver parade. And then our top 32 tandem battles until the final. Tonight, we're also going to be having a prize-giving ceremony over at the hotel. We're going to be over at Ames Hotel having a nice little dinner and prize-giving ceremony. So if you can join us, please do. Ivan Chew Crab Walker on the track right now. The only VQ doing a bit of straightening up with the wheels, unfortunately. Not an entirely smooth run. Looking good, lots of smoke though. I'm willing him on as he's got the only VQ out here and the only Fair Lady. The Fair Lady 350Z is a very popular chassis in Europe and America, but in Malaysia maybe it's still a touch expensive. But I think now as all the S chassis are rocketing up in price, we might see more people following the way of the Crab Walker and grabbing a Z. I myself would love to drift my 350Z, but I need to get some turbo kits adapted to it. So maybe I'll go see Mun Han and see what he can do for me and get some angle kits on top of that. So now, Samuel Ahmed rolling out in his S15 2J, losing traction, doing a flick. Oh, sounds good, lots of anti-lag. Not consistent through that corner. Transition into Riga, a bit wobbly on the entry. Getting a nice set of points through the clipping though. And taking it nice and easy through the fourth clipping point. Maybe not the best run, but I think that was pretty safe run. Just saved it at the end there. The last corner almost gave him a 0, but he did save it, according to Bullseye, so he does get more points for his qualifying position. Again, later, after all of these qualifying sessions, we do have results, and then we're going to be moving on to our tandem battles later on at 3 p.m. until we find out who the National Drift Series X-Drift Kings round number 1 right here at the Malacca International Motorsports Circuit is going to be. Again, brought to you by KBS, Retro Havoc, Tourism Malaysia, MAM, Exquisite Auto, OBG, Little Joe, Ames Hotel, Hotel Metro Square, here we got Dorigo in his S15. Lots of power. Plenty of smoke. If there was points to smoke, he's definitely got points for that. That might come down under style. And now we're going to be having Key Dorigo's understudy rolling out in his 180SX 2JZ sequential gearbox to the last car of Group B qualifying as we move into Group C. Let's see how Key does in his 180SX. Number 44 at the starting blocks. Closing his door and taking off. Pushing down the power and a nice big flick into the first initiation. Nice transition, steady on the steering. Lovely wide angle there, or a bit of correction on the front wheel. Again there as well, but getting the back end wrapped right around the apex of the track. Again, loving the back end of the track there. But he needed to get a little bit closer, I feel, for the last clipping point. But super amounts of power out of Key's car there. And he was pretty smooth, but lots of corrections going through Riga with his front wheels. All right, that wraps up our Group B car selection. Who do you think did well, Bullseye, in Group B this time?
To sum up, Group B, because the Dorigo is, for me, on my angle perspective, is the best for Group B. And then coming close is Key, student. And then Wei Shen also did pretty well. This is only from my point of view, so still got the other judges to give the points. So to me, it's just these 3 drivers, 3-4 drivers, that's really giving me what I want to see for angle.
We've got Mike and Vernon here. They've both got sunglasses on. I can read no emotions. I don't know what they're thinking. They're keeping very secretive at the moment. They've said nothing so far, and they're keeping stum. We will let you know the results, but they're not gonna verbally tell us. They're just gonna pass us a sealed envelope, I believe. With copy money, is that copy loy in the seal? Oh no, sorry, with the results, not a sealed envelope with coffee money. Who have we got coming up in Group C? Okay, PD Tan. PD Tan is up next. PD Tan looked good in round number 2 of the National Drift Series. Right now we've got Bullseye posing for the camera. We're looking good. I'm going to hold the microphone like I'm actually doing something. Okay, yeah, that's right, yes. Just move your mouth and pretend you're talking. That's right, but you're not on camera, guys. You're not on camera now. There's no one on you. You'll be on the behind the scenes. Okay. So Group C, what cars do we have in Group C? We've got S15s, 180 SXs, S14s. We've got an RX-7 as well. So, and the only 13B engine in the whole competition. So there are a couple of, I would say, unique engines to NDS here. We've got the 13B, we've got a VQ, and we've also got a V8. So we've got 3 kind of unique engines. There's also one Ford engine in one of our cars as well. So we've got 4 engines, of which there are only 1 of them out on the track today. So we're going to see how they fare compared to all the 2JZs and SR20s out here. National Drift Series saw 2 podiums from S-Tan or Stan, and also Jack Tan getting SR20 DET podiums, and also Wei Shen. Also, yes, my bad. So we got S-Tan, and we also got Eric Wong with his 2JZ up on the podium, but we got S-Tan and Wei Shen with SR20s up on the podium. And top qualifier from Jack Tan with his SR20. So the SR20 did get on the podium quite a lot in round number 2. Let's see how things go with the engine games as we move deeper into round number 3 and out into Group C of qualifying. PD Tan here in his 180SX. Nice transition. He hasn't done anything to the car since the last round. Looking quite good with the steering, not too much correction. Oh, I don't know how that went. I couldn't see the front wheels there. We're going to have to watch potentially a replay to see the front wheels on the 4th clipping point to see if he straightened up. And if he did, he might get no points. Yeah, the line was good, but you're not really sure what the wheels are doing. We're going to look to see if the wheels were peeking out of the side, and if they were, we're going to throw some points on them. And if no wheels are visible, here we go. In about 3, 2, and here. Oh, it's a low angle from the front wheel, so it's a correction, not no points. There was some angle on the steering, so he does get some points. Good stuff, PD Tan. Now we got Lawrence Lim, the second of our Profi car drivers today. Both Profi cars running the S15s, so they're going to be in different brackets. S15s, 2JZs. Lawrence's 2JZ running 500 horsepower. Born and bred in Malacca, Lawrence could potentially be spending more time on the MIMC track than anyone else because he lives here. Teacher Lawrence seems to be doing quite well here. Lao Shi. A bit far away. No, it's just the angle from the 4th clipping point, leaving a lot of smoke up in the air. And I think quite a nice run. Pretty smooth from our hometown hero, Lawrence Lim, in his S15. The Profi car crew. Who do we have up next? One of only 2 R32s. Is it S14? Sorry, gone blind. Blinded by the smoke. I've got smoke in my eyes, Bullseye. I can't see what car it is. And it's a Nissan. Please forgive me. No. Anyway, S14. Yes. So yeah, I've got a little bit of tyre grit in the corner of my eye. And to me it looks like a Nissan of some description. No, it's an S14, Nash Towing, coming out of the blocks here. Let's see how he does down the back end, close to the clipping point. Looks good. Oh, a bit of wheel wobble. Not driver input there. The front end looks a little bit manic on this car. Maybe some of the bushings are a touch worn. Not really sure. Sounds like an SR20 to me. I mean, it sounds like a 2J because the smoke is in my ears as well. I've just got problems with Nash his car. So Nash and his 2JZ car, he had a bit of issue on the first transition, the S transition with the front wheels. There's a bit of wobble, but that could just be something to do with the bushings. Not really sure. Maybe we'll try and find out from him later. Rehab Auto Spa, the pit crew saying he spent 8,000 ringgit on new paint for his car. I think they're lying, but it does look very nice. So an S13 for Rehab Auto. Rehab Auto. I need rehab, my goodness. I really need rehab. I need some carbohydrates. So I just had eggs for breakfast. It wasn't enough. I knew I should have done something different. Rejab, Mohammed Amrul. Here we go. Woo! Sounding very good here. He had some power steering leaks in round number 1 and on his first run this morning, but he appears to have fixed them, look pretty good. And coming out of round 2, he's switched his clutch up because he had clutch issues, and on top of switching his clutch, he has also changed his gearbox. He's gone from an R154 gearbox, nice expensive 5-speed, to a sequential gearbox for reliability. How did Rejab Auto do in that round of qualifying?
Pretty decent. Would like to see more aggressive initiation. He's pulling the e-brake. I think he's playing it safe for the first run. Could have flicked it harder and then transition harder, but yeah, pretty safe.
I think he had issues with his power steering earlier, so he's overcome that. So now he's trying to get comfortable with his S13 again. Not many S13s out here today. Mainly 180SXs and S15s. Cheap cars. Where are they cheap? Vernon speaking out. Everyone's got them, so they must be cheap, right? I do agree. If everyone's got these S chassis, they've got to be cheap. There are so many of them. All I see are S chassis. Yeah, they can't be expensive. Easily obtainable. Jambu, aka Guava, is out on the track now. So here we go. Number 999. I'm on the complete wrong page here. So we got Jambu, aka Guava. He's got 0 on this round, unfortunately. Not really sure what the issues are. He might have some issues with his car there. His S15 looks good, unfortunately not pulling out with the goods. Okay. Kent Young. And a very demonic black coloured S15. Yes, Another one of these really cheap S chassis. They're everywhere. They've got these really cheap engines in them as well. I mean, they've got to be cheap because everyone here has a bloody 2JZ. Pushing hard. Wow, he's on that rev limiter. Oh, he's just straightened up. Did he straighten up? Not really sure. He was on that anti-lag pretty hard, but it does look like through the transition he might have got no points. He might have had a bit of a straighten out, so now he's just practicing for his second run. Yes, I've just got advice to never trust Bullseye from Vernon. So when Vernon speaks, he speaks the truth. You can trust him even... Well, hang on. So does that mean I should trust the fact that you said don't trust him? I'm confused now. It's too early for me. And it's almost lunch. Right. Got another S15. God, these are... Look, and it's one of those top downs, isn't it? No, it's a regular S15, one of the cheap S15s. Ken Yong. Ben in his S15. So I'm just checking my notes here to see what Ben said, but Ben said he had a good run this morning and was feeling pretty good, and he's changed since his last run a few bits on his car. Yeah, so he's changed his angle kit. He's gone from I think a chopped angle kit to a BK angle kit. So the car handles much, much better now. One of the few S14s, Amrol here. Amrol with his S14 running at 500 horsepower out of his 2JZ. So it's 500 horsepower, but he's got a little something called NOS. I'm not sure if it's like it's going to help push him past the 600 horsepower level. I think he's got 100 horsepower shot of NOS in his car. He is looking for sponsors right now, so if you see him doing well and you like him and his car, do go speak to him. Looking for sponsors to get plastered really nice and close to that fourth and final clipping point. Looking good. I really like his wheel selection as well. What wheel is that? The NK, yes, it really looks good. He's got like deep dish NKs. They look super hot on an S14. On the later version face of the S14, like they look super aggressive. So here we have our boy in an RX-7. Only RX-7 today. Again, one of our unique chassis for the NDS. X-Drift Kings. It's running a 13B turbo, pumping out 500 horsepower. Let's see what this car sounds like. It sounds like the supermarket squishy chicken. It is in fact a Rotary. Our boy looking all right, maybe not pushing it super hard, taking it easy during this qualification round. How did he score, do you think, Bullseye?
Pretty much, I think the entry was pretty shallow on angle, and then transitioning was also not as snappy as I wanted to see, and also, again, coming to the second clipping point, shallow, and then only towards Riga he starts to build up angle, but yeah, he pretty much lose big points on sector 1.
So this morning, yeah, he was having a few issues, yeah, so our boy wasn't able to get in the practice he needed to, but finally is out here showing what the RX-7 can do. Drift Sensei. New driver for the National Drift Series. Coming out of Drift Kings. So what car is this? It is another one of those really cheap S15 chassis we're talking about. Looks pretty good moving into Riga. Misses the clipping point, doesn't quite get into it. Nice transition, quite tight on to our fourth clipping point of the current track layout. All right, so we're supposed to be having Talha bin Azhar. So TBA was supposed to be here in his Altezza. He did really well in round number 2. Unfortunately, tak boleh masuk. So he's not here today. He cannot enter today due to some issues. Yeah, some visa issues because he's representing Pakistan and can't make it, unfortunately. So maybe in the next round, we will see Talha back with us in the National Drift Series. Now we're rolling back up to PD Tan, back to the first car of Group C, 180SX, running an SR20, 380 horsepower. A little far from the clipping point. A bit of correction on the steering. Going nice and deep into Riga though. Oh, hitting that water patch. Nice and slideways, good transition. All the way to the other side of the track. But overall, not a bad run. Considered average. Okay. Back to our Profi car, hometown hero Lawrence. Lawrence Lim with his S15. S15. 500 horsepower from Lawrence Lim's car here. Let's see what he does. Whipping it hard as he moves into the transition. Nice angle. Going quite deep into Riga, hitting that clipping point nicely. And let's see how he does in the final transition. Oh, nice and close. Smoothly does it. Good stuff from Lawrence Lim. How would you rate that round?
For sure, the first round was way better for him. Second run, I don't know, maybe initiator caught him off, so yeah, pretty low points for me.
But it looked great for me. How is everyone in the stands doing today? Are you all good? How's everyone in the grandstand? You all okay? You feeling good? Enjoying the tire smoke? We'll catch up with you guys later. But right now, we've got our S14, not R32, as I first said. Nash Towing with his S14. He's up in the blocks and he's taking off. I can hear that anti-lag as he comes down the straight. Nice transition. Looking good, doing some three-wheel motion. No real correction from the front wheels there, looks pretty good. Flicking into the fourth and final. Look good. But again, I'm not a professional judge. Our judges, of course, we've got Bullseye, Drift King's Vernon, and Mike. They're in the house today, keeping it stum. In other words, not saying anything and taking notes. Mike with his laptop and Vernon with a more traditional paper and keyboard. Paper and board, rather, and a pen. Old school. In investments. Yes, Vernon needs a laptop sponsor, so if anyone is sponsoring laptops in the audience today, just come over here. He's waving his hand. He's not drifting currently, but he will wear a hat with your name on it in return for a laptop. A gaming laptop, preferably maybe with one of those new GTX 4090s. Okay, Rehab Auto, S13. Doing a good job of transitioning. Nice and smooth, plenty of smoke. Gets nice and outside through Riga. Confident looking run, flicks it into the fourth and final. Gets close. That's a nice clipping point. That's one of my favorite clipping points on the fourth clip there from Rehab Auto. Good stuff. We've got S15 up in the blocks. Jambu didn't do so well just now. He got no points, unfortunately. So let's see if he can do better in this qualifying round. Is he going to play it safe and get some points and hope for the best, or is he going to go all out? We will find out shortly. Off he goes. Starting to head down the straight. Let's see how he does on the first clip. Nice clip, flick. Engine really going for it. Minor corrections. Looking pretty good, going deep into Riga there. Hitting the clip real nice. Smooth transition. Let's see what happens on clipping point number 4. Nice and close. 100% better run compared to his first run with 0 points, but again, I'm not the judge. I don't know how to judge that professionally. That's why we've got professionals in the house. From Drift Kings, again, we've got Mike, Vernon, and Bullseye. Kent Young up on the blocks and taken off. S15. Pushing it hard down the first straight, getting a nice proximity to the first clipping point. Beautiful transition, a bit of water, so one wheel must have come off there, ripping the handbrake as he moves into his transition for Riga. More handbrake again. I think he's going to start scoring 0. He might have straightened out there. Did he straighten out, guys? Our judges are going to adjudicate and let us know. Our judges would like to watch a replay to see exactly how that went. So our sponsors today, we've got Retro Havoc, Malaysian, Motorsports Association of Malaysia, Tourism Malaysia, KBS, Exquisite Motorsport Club, Little Joe, Ames Hotel, and Hotel Metro Square, Malacca. We don't have any food sponsors? Bullseye. Bullseye, do we have any food sponsors for today? We do. Are you the food sponsor? Bullseye is sponsoring us food today. 5-star spread for everyone in the audience. So just come up to Bullseye. He'll take notes about what you'd like later on, and we'll order it. We'll grab it over. Don't worry about it. It's on Bullseye. Included in your entrance fee. What is not? Oh, okay. Sorry. Misinformation. Whipping it hard. Ben Aki Speed here with his brand new angle kit. Pushing his 2J to the limit. The FRT crew. East Side represent. Wow. He's just pushing it all the way. So one of the East Side boys, Team FRT, sharing cars with Fu Sing. Fu Sing earlier had issues with his car, injector not working, causing his piston to blow out, so that's why he's sharing cars. Amrul is up now in his S14 with his NK rims. I really like these. I've got to get a set. Yeah. SP2, right? Something? Cheap. Oh, okay. Cheap, just like the S chassis, right? Really cheap. Yeah, I'm sure 10JZ NKs are real cheap. 10JJ. Did it say 10JZ? 10.5 JJ. Not to be confused with the JZ engine. Let's see how Emerald does. First clip, quite close. Nice transition. Whipping the engine. But Ben from AK Speed is like his car taking over the sound, making Emerald's car sound quite quiet. It's like he needs to remove his catalytic converter. The muffler, like, yeah, for sound restriction levels. For the neighbors. Oh, for the birds, yeah, because we've got the forest over there. Maybe Amrul needs an exhaust sponsor, and then he can make it go louder for him. Number 63 coming out the blocks right now. We got our boy in the only RX-7 FD of the day. It's our boy. That's right. As he spins around the first corner, going down the straight to get his initiation speed. Boom! Pushes it hard, gets nice and tight. Oh, what's going on here? His 13B. He's whipping it. He was a bit average to no-go in his first qualification run. Taking it easy again. Maybe it's his engine style or his style of driving. How do you feel he did on that run, Bullseye?
Initiation was pretty good, but the transition I think got stalled up a bit and he got caught up, and that causes the line to go a bit wide, and right after that everything was just messy. So the first round was definitely better for him.
We just had a drone death. Or it sounded like he was cutting grass with the drone. I'm not really sure. Drift Sensei for Drift Kings. S15 out of the blocks. Let's hear what he sounds like. Pushing it, whipping it down the straight. Lovely transit, lovely clipping point. Smooth transition. Flat out on the gas. Oh, wow, that is some fantastic angle. Yes, I speak too soon. He needed to be going another 50 kilometers an hour faster to keep that angle. Drift Sensei cannot be happy with that run. Getting a big fat 0 Kosong from our judges. Te O Ice Limau Kosong, just how I like it. No sugar, no sweet.
Kosong.
Kosong. I'm like doing in order. Te O Ice Limau Kosong.
Te Osimao Kosong, yes.
Yeah, please, can I get the...
Yes.
Because you're my...
Anthony's back. Traveler.
Oh, the... Traveler in his 180SX. So he missed the first round, so I think he's only able to do this second run, or second qualifying run. The Traveler in his 180SX, 2JZ, 550 horsepower, had some issues with the car. He looks pretty good. Group C Traveler. Issues just now, looking pretty smooth. He had engine power issues in the last round. I think he had to change his differential ratio. So his rear diff he changed. And in the National Drift Series round 1 and 2, the Traveler had his drive shaft snap. So he's back this time. Maybe still got some gremlins with his car. But I mean, he looks good. And the car is now running all right. Now we're running into Group D. We finished qualifying for Group C. That is done and dusted. Some pretty big names going into Group D. Let's see how that goes. We've got Villain Heng, Jeff JZX, Jason Lim, Sherwin Chew, Amrul Shaya, Along Maju, Manjong. my heart goes. Okay, right, no. Ahau, Nicholas, we got Skander, Rotor Gangster, and Nun driving car number 789, and Andre Silva. So I'm just posing for a picture right now. So Villain Heng rolling up in an R32. He's only R32 today, right then? Because I mistake. There's two. See, Benz. None. Also in block Group D. Okay, so we got two R32s in group number D, group letter D. Now this Villain Heng's R32 is running a 1J, which is unusual, so it should sound nicer than all those 2Js out there, those really cheap 2Js, because they're everywhere here. 1J is definitely number 1. That's right, it's not number 2, it's a number 1J. Obviously more expensive. 420 horse ponies. So let's see how he sounds. I remember it sounded really good last time. Let's see how it goes for him on this first qualifying round in Group D. Lining up at the blocks. He said that he's done practice for this Drift Series round number 3. He only practiced yesterday, but he comes from a sim driving background. So he's been heavy on the sim driving. So let's see how that pays off today. He did really well in round number 2 of the National Drift Series. And that's all stems from his sim drifting. The car setup is the same as round number 2. Very comfortable with it, so let's see how things go as he gets ready to pull away from the blocks. This being the last qualifying group, the 4th group, Group D. We have another unique car in this group. We've got an FC RX-7 coming up after Heng. We also have a car that's got a Mazda or Ford engine, TX3, which is very unique. That's in a KE70 coming up from along Manjong. A couple of KE70s for you this time as well. Heng about to pull off. Here we go. Car number 30. Currently leading the championship. 1JZ leading the championship currently. So doing round 1, round 2, and currently round 3. It does sound better, doesn't it, the 1J? Nice and deep into Rigar's points clipping section. Clean transition. Nice and close to clipping point number 4. Good run. Here we go. The only FC out there. Very cool looking car, the FC RX-7. So it's a 1.5J popping out 400 horsepower. So it's another really nice sounding car. Some improvements that Jeff has made to his car include changing the axle and therefore the differential. Now he's got a GTR 4.6 diff in the back of the car. So it's got a closer ratio. He's not running the most power, so this closer ratio will definitely help him. Doing pretty good through his run here. Now, one of the most notable things about Jeff is that he's not the youngest drifter out there, but he's the most handsome. He's the most handsome drifter. That's the notes I've got here. Jeff is handsome, and therefore he should get more points. Bonus points. It's like style points, but handsome points. Jason Lim coming out now. Jason Lim in his rebuilt S15. When I say rebuilt, okay, so now he's driving a different car. So Jason Lim is not doing his S15 driving. He's in the Tradvilla OBG, Old Gold's car, and I think it's caused them some issues on that first transition because what happened earlier, Fu Sing was going to be using Jason Lim's car, and then Jason Lim is now using Tradvilla's car. So there's confusion, bombs have moved in seats, different setups. It might be minute, but it makes a big difference when you're out here on the tracks. So now we're just checking with the rules because Sherwin has come out with a new body kit. It's a full Kevlar body kit, brand new for this round. So we're just checking if it's okay with our judges under Drift King's rulebook. Maybe he has his trunk in the rear passenger seats. I don't know, maybe he's got the trunk in the passenger seat. So we're just checking because we might need, under Drift King's rulebook, we need to get all the body panels on the car to compete. So I think the trunk is definitely in our paddocks. So they're going to bring it over. So Sherwin Chew with his S15, 2JZ, 500 horsepower. Basically, he's rebuilt the engine from round 2 to round 3, and he's also had a brand new body kit made. The car looks like it's all carbon fiber and Kevlar carbon fiber at that. So it's kind of flexible, not so snappy like regular carbon fiber. Here we go. Express delivery. It's nice and fast. And of course, drift style setup, just a little pop clips. And we're going to be taping it up to make sure it doesn't go anywhere. Taping the seam. Let's see how that goes. This is how drifting is. You do what you can to get the car out and running. So Sherwin looks to have his car ready to go. His crew did a good job of getting the bonnet or rear boot lid put on the car so he can compete, and boom, out of the block he goes. Let's see how he does in his qualifying round. Does he just miss the clip? Did he? Oh, he got quite close. Front end bouncing around. Very soft springs in the front end, but he looks to be doing good. Oh, some adjustments going on there. Lots of adjustments. Let's see how this last clip went. The last clip was real nice. Lots of adjustments through Riga, and we're going to just check out the replay and see how Sherwin Chew in his S15 did. 2J, 500 horsepower, plenty of horsepower for this track. Car looks good, kitted out in a brand new body kit. Almost forgot his rear boot lid, but got to put on in time. Good job from the mechanics. A bit of bounce from the front end, maybe his springs are a bit soft. Quite a few corrections through the first section of Riga. So we got 86, the KE driven by Along Manjong. This car is rocking a Mazda or Ford engine, the TX3, so it's an inline 4, popping out 350 horsepower. One of 2 KE70s in the competition today, both of which are in the Group D bracket. Let's see how 350 horsepower does. These cars weigh less than 1 ton, less than 1,000 kilograms. Literally, oh. Lots of angle causing him issues. Too much angle, unfortunately. Scores 0. Popping too much angle there instead of focusing on his momentum and just pulling it through. Getting the rest of the running, getting some practice. I mean, he looks good through Riga now, but unfortunately, the beginning of the run popped him out a big fat 0. Nerves, maybe. Double 0. Does he get a 7 as well? He's got 007, so he's like James Bond. I'll give him a 7. I'll give him the 7, then he's like James Bond. Yeah. How? Car number 84. Another dude I didn't get to speak to earlier on. Warning, only 350 horsepower. Plus, was a bull... Is it? Oh, right. Plus something to do with bulls. Okay. So, 15 inches, 350 horsepower, SR20 powered. Here we go, let's see what he can pull out the hat. SR20's having a good run in National Drift Series round number 2. Looking good and confident with the SR20. Clean with the steering, no corrections. Wow, oh, okay, nice. 0 corrections. Looking a bit like Wei Shen. Looking very much like Wei Shen. I think these SR20s have a lot of balance. I think 350 horsepower and then some bull poo is it's a good setup. Did you reckon he puts the bull poo on the accelerator pedal?
Maybe.
Or he uses that for lubricant? I believe scoring quite well from our judges. Bullseye, what do you feel about the SR20 cars we have in our competition?
I think they're pretty impressive because the power and traction is balanced, so that's why they can still carry the speed. 15 inch is a good choice as long as they run good tires, so it's balanced out. Even though it's 300 plus horsepower, good tires, you can still get the speed and good angle and also maintaining the line. So amazing. Let's see, there's another one SR20, but this is 18 inch.
So this is SR20 18 inch. Oh, it's Nicholas. Nicholas has only just started driving, like I think from last November. He was in the National Drift Series round number 2. He's done no weight reduction to his car at all, so the car is fairly stock, and the SR20 is fairly stock as well. But he does well. He whips it for an 18-inch SR20. He does pretty good. How did that run go?
Almost. I think it's almost a 0. Or is it a 0?
No points for that, unfortunately, on one of the transitions. Very low points. But I think Nicholas, is still starting out, and the fact he's got 18-inch wheels on the car means he's got bigger, fatter wheels. And you end up with more traction, and that could be a bit of a problem for a stock SR20, pushing out 350 horsepower plus. So a lot of the SR20 cars we have in the National Drift Series or today here at Drift Kings are running SR20s with 15-inch wheels. I know PD Yap also runs 18s, but he runs slightly less grippy tires to make up for it. I don't know what kind of tires Nicholas runs, but he did also, Nicholas removed his rear wheel spacers for more grip and more traction. We've got Skander in the S14, and he just got a big whopping 0 points there, unfortunately. Just after Riga, he popped it out straight and decided to take it easy around the rest of the lap, saving his engine. So now we're sending out Rotor Gangster in the KE70. So this KE70 houses another SR20. This is an SR20 with about 300 horse ponies. He said he hasn't had much time to practice, and he's changed the turbo this time. I think they've changed the turbo setup and they've added a new wastegate. Let's see how things go. Again, another very light car. Oh, nice bit of handbrake. You don't often see the handbrake on that first clip point. Sounds like he's got... Well, he's looking good, straightening out a bit there. But it sounds like he's got maybe injector issues. Doesn't sound clear. It sounds like my SR20. Yeah, when your coil pack isn't running quite right. So maybe he'll be able to sort that out before his second qualifying run. Not a bad run, but not super smooth. But again, one of two KE70s, this time running a Nissan engine. The other KE70 from Alung Manjong running the Ford TX3 engine. Both similar horsepower. The second R32 in our competition. So it says Benz on the door, but it's actually Nun. Our driver Nun is driving from Thailand. Oh, wow. Jeez, that's some angle. My goodness. Oh, some straightening out there. Nun driving like a madman, I must say. I mean, that angle was pretty impressive. Unfortunately, he wasn't going fast enough to make that angle work for him. Jeez, it's like 4th of July with fireworks, or Chinese New Year. We're going to check out the replay. See how sideways Nun gets it here. Look at that. That's sideways. That's sideways. He makes a transition two sideways there. I think he was almost flat, but not quite. But again, I'm not the judge. That was exciting driving, though. Looked pretty good. I don't know how our judges are going to score that. No points, but an absolute hero in my books. He went Super Saiyan, but scored no points. Okay, so from Skyline R32 to Skyline R32. We got Villain Heng here, our Drift Sim driver, with a 1JZ. Let's see how this bad boy sounds again. I love the sound of the 1J. So I've just heard that Nun has a 2J 3.4 litre stroker with 1,000 horsepower, which is why he went ballistic just now. Villain Heng just pulling his handbrake to lengthen out the drift into that Riga transition. Hits the clipping point quite nice, gets the fourth clipping point as well. I'm not sure if that's going to be bad on the points for him, but he did do a good job of whipping the handbrake in order to get to where he needed to go on the track. So okay points there for Villain Heng. The FC with our handsome Jeff JZX. You should change Hussein to handsome. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Well, is handsome his older brother as handsome? Cute. Oh, so he's cute. So I'm very confused now. Maybe one door handsome, the other one Hussein. Is that cute Hussein, handsome Jeff? He's whipping it hard, looking pretty good. Nice and smooth. Going a bit wide in the fourth, but again, still looking good. I see loads of zeros on your score sheet, Bullseye. Do you want me to tell the drivers that you scored them 0? Uncle Jet up next. Just now he had some issues. Shifting his bum into too many different cars, maybe. So this car is a 186 from the Tradvilla, which is his student from the Old But Gold Drift Academy. Let's see how he does on his second qualifying run. Let's go, Uncle Jet. Never having the best of luck. Dipping in pretty deep. Looking much better there. Getting a good run out so far. Cutting on the inside, but maintaining the angle of the steering, which is nice. And how's he do around here? Keeps it nice and tight in the fourth. Not too bad. Like, you know, not amazing, but at the same time, compared to his first run, beautiful. Yes, exactly. First run was 0. So in comparison, in contrast, he did pretty good. Look, our judges are complaining that they're copying right now. So you can't copy my score, says Judge A to Judge B. It's like, you are copying my score. Stop looking at my laptop screen, says Judge C. It's like, you're not allowed to copy your homework, okay, guys? So now we've got Sherwin Chew in the S15 in this brand new Kevlar body kit. That's not green from paint or stickers. That is actually just like naked Kevlar. Pretty awesome body kit. Oh, and boom! Nice transition. Quite close. A few corrections. Getting nice and deep into Riga. Clipping that point. Inside to outside again. So a straight line through the apexes as you can get. And nice through the fourth. Next up, along Ada Masala skit. So skip and a Tuka driver are How. How in car number 84. You can see here it's an SR20 180SX with some bull poo and 350 horsepower. Here we go. How doing a nice little transition. Smooth, a bit of adjustment on the front end. Going very deep into Riga. He's cutting the grass. Unscheduled grass cutting, so unfortunately he gets 0 points. But he'll get some money from Malacca International Motorsports Circuit for all the landscaping. So next up we got another SR20 Nicholas with 18-inch wheels and a fairly stock chassis. I'd be getting the angle grind to this car if I could. Here he's changed his, he's removed the rear wheel spacers so he can get more traction out of the Westlake tires he's just got for it. The thing is, he is only rocking an SR20 with probably like 350 horsepower. So I'm not sure having more grip, more traction and 18-inch wheels is really going to help him. But it looks damn good. So here we go, down the straight, keeping it nice and tight to the side. Initiation a bit slow. So it's a late initiation. He's going to get marked down for that. Looks good through that transition though. Nice and deep. Misses the point section there, the clipping point. Flicks it a bit hard there and a little distanced from the fourth clipping point. I'm sure our judges will mark that down a touch. Good effort, but if you're playing the game, it didn't score enough points. But nice regular drift around the track. So we've got S14, S is Skander. He's got a 2JZ and a big fat 640 horsepower. There he is. Nice S14 with a brand new or newer version front lights, nice and aggressive. A chassis I'd love to get my hands on, but they're so cheap that now I can't get them anymore. So because they're so cheap, you just can't even see them on sale. Nice and close, but a bit late. Oh, wow. Not savable, unfortunately. Doing some landscaping there. Scores a big fat 0. He's not going to be happy with that. He did look happy just a second ago, but he's not going to be happy now. So he's just going to roll back to the start-finish line. That's the second part of their qualifying, second round of their qualifying, done and dusted. And we've only got a couple more people right now. We've got Rotor Gangster in his KE SR20. Let's see how he does. I think he scored 0 just now. Oh no, he did score some points. Oh, Manjong, sorry, the other KE 70 didn't score too well because he slipped up at the beginning. Coil pack sounds like it's got some issues, man. Literally sounds like both of my SR20s. No, he's maybe a bit of water in the coils. Ooh. So unfortunately, I think due to the SR20 issues, Rotor Gangster might be out of qualifying. It's always a shame when the car lets you down. I mean, you spend so long trying to get into an awesome competition like National Drift Series or for Drift Kings, and then it just doesn't go your way, unfortunately. Now we've got a big 3.4 litre stroker kit. Massive angle again. None from Thailand. He's on the limiter, my goodness. Gee. Wow. Oh, whipping it too hard. I mean, I don't know. Is it okay? Was that still? We got to see. There's too much smoke. You got to check out the replay on that because we don't know if he slowed down to 0 or he kind of caught it. If he kind of caught it, then he might get some points for that. But for the rest of the run, he looked great. But he does need to get through this qualifying stage in order to compete in Drift Kings and the National Drift Series. Menacing angle though. The angle is just phenomenal. Let's see how he whips it around. Oh, but the wheels turn. I think that was okay. Personally, it was just ultra deep. He's just slow. I don't know how Nun's going to do in our judges' eyes. I'm a fan, though. He's a bit of an animal. The judges are not giving me any information. They're like, they're keeping themselves nice and quiet. Let's see what they say. Our judges are conferring right now. That was the last run of our Group D qualifying. So we've had our 4 different groups roll through and qualify. As our judges decide, just there you can see it on the replay, a bit slow. He was probably still drifting, so if he doesn't get a 0, he's able to move forward potentially if his points tally up. Let's see what Bullseye has to say. He's got a lot to say.
Yes, I do have a
few things to say. Oh wait, we're not sponsored, are we? Yeah. So that's it. Yeah. This one is sponsored. So we got that's it. We wrap up qualifying here today for NDS finale and also drifting round 1. So now we're gonna have a break. We're gonna be right back for the tandem action. So we should be back here at 2:30. Sorry. Yeah. So 2:30. Catch up 2:30, guys. Top 32. We'll share the qualifying results and also the tandem chart. So stay tuned on Rift King's page and also NDS. See you guys in 1 hour.
So from here, all of us here, rather, at Malacca International Motorsport Circuit, have a great lunch and we'll see you soon. He's sponsoring. I'm hangry. I'm hangry already. Yes. Bullseye sponsoring.
Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. On display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I'm OMW, OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display.
Right bracket until we get our top 16, and from top 16 to top 8. So a big welcome back to the Malacca International Motorsports Circuit. I'm Peter Davis and I'm commentating today and doing some emceeing. Just got the top 32 bracket here. We're going to be experiencing our drift battles this afternoon. We've got up here on the screen, we've got Mike from Drift Kings, Vernon from Drift Kings, Bullseye, he's my food sponsor. We're all here and we're going to be taking notes and seeing who goes through to the podium. Today we're brought to you by Retro Havoc, Tourism Malaysia, KBS, Motorsports Association of Malaysia, Chuti Chuti Malaysia, Exquisite Motorsports Club, Little Joe, Ames Hotel and Hotel Metra Square. So we're ready to see what our drivers can do. Everyone here in the bandstand, are you guys ready to see some drift action? For Drift Kings XNDS? Oh, they're screaming, they are going wild. So right up now, we've got in our top 32, we have our first pair. We have the winner who came in place number 1, David Dorigo, car number 130. He is going to be up in 32nd place, Wilson Chang. After that, we've got Nun, who came in P16. He's going to be up against P17, Villain Heng. Moving into our third bracket, on the left-hand side, we've got P8, car number 24, Mun Han, and he'll be riding up against P25, car 39, Jeff JZX. Following him, we have P9, car 98, the Tradvilla, and he'll be up against P24, car 63, our boy and his RX-7. The fifth bracket is P4, car 23 with Rocco Law. In his S15, he'll be up against place 29, car 42, Nash Towing. Following them, we have P13, car 81, Jason Lim. And he'll be battling against P20, number 7, Sherwin Chew. Following them, we have P5, number 12, the Prince of Drift, Denkujan, and he'll be up against P28, car 860, Wong Sifu. And last but not least, in the left bracket, we have P12, car number 8, PD Tan and his SL20 S15, and he'll be battling P21, car 90, Ben Ike Speed. So lining up at the start gate, we have our winner, place number 1 in qualifying, David Dorigo. And he is going to be up against placement number 32, Wilson Chang, in his 180 SX. Let's see how this goes. 2 members of Wilson's gang have made it through into our finals, our top 32. Mun Han and also Wilson from Westlake have made it through so far, so they'll both be battling for places on the podium. David Dorigo on the left-hand side is going to be leading. And Wilson Chang will be chasing on this run. Here we go as we move deep into the top 32 and we find out what our drivers are made of in these tandem battles. Waiting for our cars to be ready. Again, Wilson Chenkar 125 is chasing in his 180SX. He's in a 2JZ and he's just had a new CD009 gearbox from a fair lady put in. And we've got Dorigo 130 in his S15 2JZ. The skies are looking pretty grey and we might have a wet track later on. So let's see if we can get a few runs in right now before the heavens open up. We're just checking a few safety things as we go right now. The rain is starting to fall down. People are ready to go. So again, today's National Drift Series X Drift Kings, brought to you by KBS, Retro Havoc, Tourism Malaysia, Chuti Chuti Malaysia, Motorsports Association of Malaysia, Exquisite Autosport Club, Old But Gold, Little Joe, Ames Hotel, and also Hotel Metro Square right here in Malacca. And you're joining us at the Malacca International Motorsports Circuit with a couple of guys from Drift Kings. We've got Mike and Vernon, our official judges, and they are being accompanied by Bullseye, who's sitting right next to me. They'll be adjudicating today's drivers and letting them go through some on-screen action going on there. So our judges have been doing a great job of putting through the best drivers from this morning's practice and qualification runs. And now we're on to our top 32 battles. Tandem battles, no contact allowed, but lots of entertainment prepared for you as we move into our first battle of the day. It looks like we're going to be doing warm-up laps, so do take a look at the cars as they parade around, because the heavens have opened up and it is spitting rain on our track. So now our drivers will be allowed to do a little drive around, warm things up, and see how the track feels with their cars and how the track feels. So Bullseye, how have things gone this morning? Have the drivers that have gone through been the drivers you're expecting? How's it gone this morning? Have the drivers that you've expected to go and get through passed?
Well, it's a surprise. I'm not surprised with the top 5 actually. Pretty on point. But just that some drivers that I was expecting to be in the top 32, they are not in. Maybe technical issues and also tough luck. So, yep. But pretty much very strong top 32. We'll see amazing battles as soon as top 32 starts. Going into the finals, of course. And as you see, the weather has changed. Surface is wet, so we're allowing drivers to come in and warm up their tires and also get a feel of the surface. I bet grip has changed. So, yeah. Maybe
they'll be adjusting their cars on point, and they can adjust before they go out. Once they go out, they've got 2 rounds, like leap and then chase, where they're not able to actually touch their car. So now is a good time, with a new wet condition, to test the car and maybe change tire pressures, etc.
That's right, that's right.
There's so much feedback, it must be your magnetism. He doesn't say much, but he makes noises, right? So again, we are here in Malacca at the Malacca International Motorsports Circuit, sponsored by KBS, Retro Havoc, Tourism Malaysia, Chuti Chuti Malaysia, Motorsport Association of Malaysia, Exquisite Motorsport Club, Old But Gold, Little Joe, Ames Hotel, Hotel Metro Square, and we've also got Adrenaline on our visuals. Drivers right now doing a little test run of their cars on the wet track. There'll be a lot less smoke now. Better visibility. I'll be able to see what cars they are this time and hear the sound of the engine as well. I won't get as confused. Yeah, so the cars are slowly going to be out on the track and testing their setups with the track slightly damp. So we're going to be, the speed of the cars out on track will be reduced. So everything that happened during qualifications and this morning's trial runs and practices will be different. The fields will be different. The drivers won't be able to move into the corners as quickly, and they're going to have to use a lot more skill to keep their car on its toes. So our P1 and our P32 right now on the track, testing things out. So we got David Dorigo from Thailand with his S15 2JZ. A lot of power, sequential gearbox. He's going to go up against Wilson Chang. So Wilson's just changed his gearbox, I believe, to a CD 009, so it's a slightly new setup for him, but I think he's very confident with what he can do. However, I did see David's position as P1 and Wilson Cheng as P32, so it might be clear cut. We will see if the rain makes a difference. So Davide Dorigo in Thailand is known as the Rain King. I'm not sure if he does a really good rain dance and makes it rain, money in the club, but I believe what Bullseye's telling me is that he's very good in the rain. Is that what you mean, or does he make it rain in the club, or both? He's good at rain, making it rain. You're still not giving me specifics here. He likes it wet. So David likes it wet, and he makes it rain. So here we can see both of our R32s. They're going to go out in their practice lap. Nun versus Heng. They're just going to go out in a little practice. These are the only two R32s we have today at Drift Kings X NDS. And they're going to be up against each other. Different engines. One is a 1JZ, and the other one is a 2JZ. They're practicing like it's a battle, but it's not. This is only a warm-up. Massive angle from Nun, and he holds it. Looking pretty good. A lot less smoke this time around. But again, this is a practice. This is not part of the competition. However, both of our drivers showing really good skills there as they warm up their tires in this new wet condition. So right now, the next pair of cars doing their warm-up lap. We got RX-7, our boy RX-7 and the Tradvilla. They're going to go and do their warm-up lap. They're warming up side by side. So they're just doing a little bit of a practice here. Not just a warm-up, but a practice as well as a warm-up. Both of the drivers looking very good and confident in this wet weather. Just taking it easy. Still a bit of smoke coming out of the tires as our cars and our drivers warm up to the new conditions on track. Now this would be the third bracket. We've got Mun Han in the S14. He's with Jeff Handsome JZX. Vast difference in the power of these two cars. Drivers just being told that it is a warm-up and they don't have to go all out. They probably will though. Two really good looking cars. I love the RX-7, the old FC. It's the only example we have today, and there are only a couple of S14s out on the track here at NDS X Drift Kings. Mun Han doing a bit of a warm-up. Really nice lines there. Mun Han with a good chance of overall positioning, although he missed round 2 of the National Drift Series. It looks like he's back with a vengeance, this time in round number 3. And here we see Jeff JZX gunning down the track, warming up his tyres. That would be 0 points, he's off track, but again, it's a warm-up, not the live run. Oh. The feel of the track in the wet. How does the track feel different in the wet compared to the dry bullseye?
Oh, dry, you can just pedal to the metal, and then when it comes to wet surface, you really need to be very delicate on the throttle. You're gonna feel it. A bit too much might cause a spin, or maybe washing out of the track. So be very careful. So that's why we're allowing drivers to give them a warm-up lap to get a feel of the track. And I'm seeing drivers are adjusting. So maybe once they're done this lap, they'll probably lower down the pressure so that it suits the grip for each car.
Yeah, it's a very good point. You might think, oh, it's the same track or they're the same cars. Very different feel. I know through driving myself that you hardly wear the tires down in the wet, and the grip levels are very different. You can almost just dance on the track like it's ice. There's a lot of slipping and sliding around, and you might want to reduce your tire pressure a touch to give yourself a bit more grip. These cars have got huge amounts of power, so it's it really does pay to have a bit of a warm-up lap and see how things feel. Right now we got Denku Jan on the track. Wow. And K right now with his 180SX finishing that lap. Stan right now testing out his SR20. I think the SR20s in this kind of condition might have a slight advantage. I mean, it's not soaking wet, the track, but you see right there, that's what happens in the wet. Huge difference in the traction levels. So if you were pushing it hard before, you might not be able to push it as hard this time. It does look like the track is getting wetter and wetter as this practice goes on. Danny Yip right now in the Profi Car S15, testing out grip levels. We're getting a treat right now at the bandstand where we can see all of the cars rolling past us, queuing up to get back to their starting position as the practice continues. Jambu in the S15, A31. Just sliding out with a difference in traction. Got Wei Shen in the 180SX, pushing his SR20 to the limits. Straining and out of touch, but keeping things under control. Ben, Ike Speed, pushing his FRT S15 car to the limits. Another 350 horsepower SR20 Beast out on the track there. Testing the weather conditions. We're seeing a little bit more smoke now, so the track doesn't appear to be getting that much wetter. Oh. A bit early, eating a cone. Woo. Where'd the cone go? In the air intake. Gone. It's going to come out the exhaust in a minute. Right. Rejab, aka Rehab, out on the track with his S13. Going super wide with the F14 there. And a bit of a spin. Again, very different feel in the wet. V8 action on the track right now. The only V8 we have today. Looking quite easy to drive. And we got our Thailand Beast out on the track right now. I believe, was it 900 horsepower? 900 horsepower. Rocco Law in the S15, giving us some turbo sounds with his 2J. Through Regala, hitting the nice clipping points, sliding a little wide. And if you're looking down at the bandstand, it's just all of the cars grouped up, making a beautiful sound. I'm just going to get a shot of them on my phone for my memories. There they are on your screen, all lined up and ready to go. The top 32 of Drift King's X National Drift Series, round number 3. Wei Shen with his S15 Kevlar body kit, pushing the car around the track right now, hitting the clipping points very nicely. See how he handles the wet transition. Plenty of angle and a beautiful fourth clipping point. That is your lot. The cars are going back to their start position, and we're going to go and start and get underway for the top 32 of the National Drift and Drift Kings Tandem Battles. Brought to you by Retro Havoc, Motorsport Association of Malaysia, Chuti Malaysia, Tourism Malaysia, KBS, Exquisite Motorsport Club, Little Joe, Ames Hotel, and Hotel Metra Square, right here in Malacca, at the Malacca International Motorsport Circuit. Our judges ready and waiting to put pen to paper. Sounds like someone just got shot with a drive-by. Again, someone else shooting at people. Our driver's going crazy with their anti-lag. So again, first up for our top 32, left-hand side bracket, we've got P1, David Dorigo, who is known as the Rain King because he likes to make it rain. And he's up against our 32nd placed Wilson Chang in his 180 SX. This is the first battle for the top 32 of the Drift Kings. Round number 1 at National Drift Series, round number 3. Dorigo rolling out in first place, and Wilson Chang taking chase position on this first run. Judges are ready. We're getting the signal to flag off. And where... I can't keep this up. Oh! That was a long pause. So Dorigo, you see on the screen on the right-hand side, he's in the lead. He's got to pin it faster. Wilson getting some more grip on there. Oh no, Wilson's fallen very, very far behind. Dorigo is making it rain. Right now on the track, getting a beautiful clipping place. There's no proximity at all from Wilson Chang. It's a no chase, essentially. I think also with the wet track, turning out of the first U-turn is causing a lot of issues. Wilson was spinning his wheels while Dorigo managed to, on the shallower line, get grip out of the corner. I think Wilson was doing his best to pull away, but these cars do not have traction control. Again, there's no traction control, so Wilson had some real issues keeping up at the beginning, and it looks like a no-chase lap. So Dorigo takes that 10-0 because Wilson was unable to keep up out of the gate. Let's see if our other drivers have that same sort of issue. And we're going to see a reverse with Wilson Chang taking the lead now, and he's up against Dorigo, who is going to be chasing. Let's see how Dorigo handles the inside line out of that U-turn. Let's see if Wilson Chang can pull this back. And they're pulling up to the block. Inside line is going to be doing chasing. That's Dorigo on your right-hand side there, and on the screen 180SX by Wilson, with Wilson Chang rather, is taking the lead. He's going to go outside line, so it's going to be much smoother, and he can accelerate possibly a little harder. Let's see how this goes. They look a bit neck and neck. Nice clipping point from our lead driver Wilson Chang. Not much proximity there from Dorigo, but I'm sure he's going to catch up in Regala as he does. Clipping points are very nice from Wilson Chang. He's definitely making up some points here, but now Dorigo has closed the gap as they go around the fourth and final clipping point, and that is it, they're over. But that was after the cone. Dropped to wheel after the cone, so that should be okay. Gonna just check out the instant replay. Wilson doing a nice initiation. A bit of fluctuation with the steering on that transition. Getting nice and deep on the zone in Regala. Good transition. By this point, Dorigo has caught up. And as they go over the line, a bit of a drop after the line has been passed. So next up on the blocks, we've got Villain Heng in his R32, which is a 1JZ powered motor, and Nun from Thailand with a big fat 2JZ. Running some big horsepower. Let's see if having less power is actually more helpful on this wet track. We're going to have Nun taking the lead in car 789 in the pink Skyline on the left, and Villain Heng will be chasing on the right. Villain known to do a lot of drifting in sims. I'm not sure if they have wet tracks in the sims. I'm sure they do, but Nun with more experience possibly on a wet track. Off they go. Nun needs to pull out and go in front to get lead. Nun is still behind, and now he's out in front. Villain Heng just nipping in behind, staying quite close and keeping proximity. Nun doing nice transitioning, but Villain Heng doing a good job of staying close. Nun hitting the clipping point on the back end there. Regala and some contact. Oh no. Over rotation from Nun. We're going to check the replay, because we know that Nun likes to go sideways. He goes super sideways, and that might become unchaseable. Decelerating because he likes all that angle, but not speed, so that's an unchaseable run, potentially. But we're going to check the instant replay and see how that goes. So we're going to check out the replay for Villain Heng and Nun, which just happened. The two Nissan Skyline R32s. So we're just queuing that up, and here it is. Very tricky right here. Nun potentially taking his time to get out and lead, getting a nice clipping point there on the back end. Good transition. Villain Heng staying nice and tight. Again, good transition, getting the clipping point on the rear. And let's see what happens. Does he become unchaseable? Too much angle. So Nun caused the impact then with an unchaseable run. Spun out. But now Villain Heng's jawline's a bit off, unfortunately. So there are some issues. The tow car's on the way out to pick him up. But he's okay to touch up. It's the other guy's fault. So Villain Heng, it does have a little bit of an issue with the front of the car, but he's allowed to touch it up because that impact was not his fault. That was car 789's Nun's. So Villain Heng is getting the car towed right now. The mechanics are allowed to touch the car a bit, make the car operable, because it was not Villain Heng's fault that the contact happened. Nun did spin, essentially, causing Villain Heng to hit the side of Nun's car. So we're going to find out exactly what's happening with Villain Heng's car, but it's going to be towed back to the start line for the mechanics to have a look. And Nun is still running absolutely fine. He's about to go back to the blocks. So we're going to find out exactly what's happening with Villain Heng, very used to doing race sims. That's his main preparation, really, for this National Drift Series X Drift Kings battle. So I'm not sure that you get so many wet courses on the sims. However, just now that was not his fault.
Test.
So right now the R32s are heading back. Pavilion Hengs is being towed.
Test.
We're going to queue up our next two cars right now in the block whilst Villain Heng adjusts his R32. So next up in the next bracket we have Mun Han in his S14. He's rocking 700 horsepower, I believe, with his 2JZ, and he's going to be up against Jeff JZX with his 1J. Right now the rain is still coming down, but not too heavily, so the track condition is now going to stay nice and wet. Little Joe, dia mana mana. Mana mana, sini. Sini sana. Kanan. Kiri. So bracket number 3, Mun Han and Jeff JZX. So P8 and P25 respectively. Mun Han in car number 24 is going to take the lead and Jeff will be chasing. Queuing up the cars right now to go. And it looks like right now Villain Heng's car's going back to the pits. So they're going to be working on the car over there. So Villain Heng's car's almost off the track. The two cars in the blocks are almost ready to go. The rain is picking up. It's getting a little bit heavier right now. So for this particular battle, Jeff has changed his axle with a GTR 4.6 to give it slightly closer ratios. And Lee Mun Han has gone the way of CD009 gearbox to make the car more competitive. Yeah, Villain Heng's car is stuck on the track right now, so got a bit of an issue with that. It's going to take a couple of minutes for our marshals to clear the car and the track. Yeah, we've gone full volume on the rain right now. It's getting almost torrential. You can see here Villain Heng and the tow truck. Villain Heng's car's just stuck in the middle of the track there, so they have to move that for safety reasons before we can continue with our top 32. I really do wonder what is wrong with that car. I mean, the front end looked a bit beaten up, Maybe the intercooler's popped off or something. It could be something as simple as... But again, you can't really get it seen to in the middle of the pouring rain. So we're doing our best to get the car back to the paddocks. As the anoraks come out. If things carry on like this, I think Dorigo might have a good chance of winning if he's the rain king. Force majeure, of course. We can do nothing about the weather here in Malacca. We were hoping it was going to stay drier, but right now it looks like it's getting very heavy. Our umbrella boys walking on the track. We're just going to see what is happening right now. This is a full-on wet track right now. Just now it was a damp track, now it's extremely wet. We're going to start to see puddles forming on the track. I've heard from Bullseye that Riga has had some improvements. So what do you know what they've done to stop? Is it better drainage?
Yeah, basically better drainage. Big thanks to the guys who's managing the track. Put on a big effort on making a better drainage because we have, I think in round 2 we had a big flood over there. So they figured out the problems and they fixed it. And now hopefully it stays the same as it is right now, so that they can have a clean Riga.
It would be good if he could fix the rain full stop, and then we wouldn't need to bother about floods. But unfortunately, it's a little bit damp out. The skyline is off the track. And we're ready for Mun Han, car number 24, and Jeff JZX to get out on their run with Mun Han leading on the now extremely wet track. Let's see how this goes. Cars are sliding around. Nice initiation by Mun Han. Jeff JZX now not eating smoke, straightening out, but eating a lot of water. No windscreen wipers, and it might be causing him visibility issues. So Mun Han has won this pretty much if he gets over the finish line okay, which he has. So that's 10-0. Good job for mastering that. I think that's the problem. You expect to drift in the dry. You don't think about windscreen wipers. But that's an absolute pain in the bum, I can tell you that. And then if you don't have rubber, between your bonnet and your chassis, then also a lot of heat comes through and fogs up your window, causing issues. So you get a lot of problems when it rains. So right now we're running the next bracket. We do have the Traveller in the 180SX, and he is up against our boy with his RX-7 with the only rotary engine on the track today. Just about to flag these guys up. Let's see what the Traveller does. Our boy in chase position. Here we go down the straight. We can see the Traveller getting in front. Not super close to the clipping point, but doing okay now, getting a big lead and lots of angle on the RX-7 from our boy. But now our boy is chased and caught up. There's still a bit of a flood going on in Riga right there, but the cars seem to be pushing on through it without issue. It looks like the Traveller's rear tyres went off the track, and now our boy might have shot off. I couldn't see from this angle. We're going to wait and see what the judges say. Traveller did go off, so it looks like it's a 0-10. These wet conditions are really hampering our drivers' progress. So you can do qualifying and you can do practice runs, but then you can't ask to make it rain. So now they're driving in the rain and it's got a very different feel. So now we're going back to the reverse of our Lee Mun Han and Jeff JZX run. So we're going to have Jeff JZX with his RX-7 FC out in front and Lee Mun Han sticking behind and following in chase. Lee Mun Han with one of the most powerful 2JZ engines out here. Recently converted to a CD009 gearbox from the Nissan Fairlady. Jeff JZX doesn't have any windscreen wipers. We gotta maybe clear the side of the track next to Lee Mun Han. The flag has fallen down. Lee Mun Han clearing the steam from inside his car. We're just about to flag these guys off the block, so Jeff JZX out in front. He's going to be hampered terribly by the lack of windscreen wipers. He's wiping the window himself right now. He said he's good to go, and they are off. So here we go. Jeff JZX out in front. Finds the clipping point. His windscreen wiper did turn on and work. Lee Mun Han very far behind, but closing the gap extremely sideways. Losing proximity a little bit as they go through Riga. Big splash from both cars. Lee Mun Han straightening up. But Traveller also, Jeff JZX also straightening up, so it's like 0-0, is it not? Which means if there's no second run, Lee Mun Han will have won that bracket. There you go. Pays to have good windscreen wipers on your cars, guys. So now we've got the reverse of our Traveller and our boy. So our boy is now taking the lead in the RX-7 on the left of our screen, and the Traveller on the right-hand side with the 180SX will be following. So this is Rotary versus JZ. Let us see how this goes. Again, completely different characteristics in the wet. Our boy hitting the clipping point, leaving the Traveller very far behind. And it looks like Traveller's straightened up, but our boy's off the track. It could be a 0 to both of our drivers. Oh, is there potentially water in the engine bay of the Traveller? But the RX-7 is now back on the track. He would have got 0 for that run. Did we see the Traveller leveling out? Let's have a look at the replay and find out. Walk us through what's happening here.
Okay, you can see our boy and Ensign trying to see he did. Yeah, he went off. Yeah.
That was very insightful, Bullseye. Thank you very much. Because Bullseye is also doing some commentary. He's checking out the judging on the replay. So it looks like our boy in the RX-7 decided to go a little bit too high angle, and it caused him to go off track. But I'm not sure what that means for the Traveller. Traveller saw that and kind of backed off a little bit so he didn't impact the car. So I'm not sure how that's going to score. I'm not one of the judges, so we will find out the official decision shortly. So just now was a 0-0 run, but because our boy did better in the first run as chase, he does move forward into our top 16. So our boy with his RX-7 13B turbo is rolling through into the top 16. Now we got Rocco Law in the lead with his S15 2JZ, and he is being chased by Nash Towing. Rocco Law taking the lead now out of the gate, flicking a nice initiation. Nash Towing very far behind, but I think we just saw Rocco Law getting a couple of wheels off the track. So we're going to have to see a replay and see if that actually did happen or not. Nash Towing still has not quite managed to keep up. He's still drifting, but at a much shallower angle. Riga looked very wet and slidey, but we're going to check out the replay and see exactly what happens. Our judges are deep in conversation right now. We have Mike and Vernon from Drift Kings adjudicating right now and checking out scores, along with a Bullseye from the National Drift Series. Nash Towing so far away out of the gates, maybe grip and traction. But Nash Towing not putting much angle in. I hear a 0-10. The 0-10 is going to okay. We're going to have to see the second run. So Sherwin Chew is moving forward because Jason Lim is out, as he was using the Traveller's car. So Jason was using Traveller's car, but Jason Lim let the Traveller go through. Unfortunately, Traveller got 0 on his run, so didn't make it through. So, and unfortunately, a waste there. And Jason Lim not competing, and Sherwin walking on through this bracket. So now, I believe we're going to see Rocco Law and Nash Towing going back up to the line potentially. Very, very wet out here. Conditions are worsening as we speak. So Sherwin needs to go and just do a run of the track, I believe. I think there were some complaints from the team where Sherwin said his screen had fogged up, so they might be trying to address that issue right now, and that was allowed by our judges. Sherwin's about to pull up to the blocks, and he's just going to do a solo lap in order to run on to the next bracket of the top 16. All Sherwin needs to do right now is take it easy, but if he does spin the car or drop the tires off, nothing happens. It's a free run. So you might as well just play and go for broke. And he does. Oh, big pile of water through Riga, causing issues. The car is still running. Let's see if anything's up with it. I think maybe not, but Sherwin Chew is right now car number 7 through to our top 16. It's a run over because Jason Lim was not competing. In order to leave the Traveller's car to the Traveller, but unfortunately he did not make it through. So it was a slight waste of a round for Jason Lim. Right, so now back to the second half of our run with Rocco Law chasing and Nash Towing in the lead. This is the second run. Nash is taking the lead in the outside lane, and Rocco Law taking it easy, giving him space. Here we can see Nash speeding up, getting that angle, and Rocco taking it easy, quite close, keeping that proximity. Playing it safe maybe, but doing a good job of staying close by and getting the points that he needs potentially to move forward into the top 16. Nice transitions from both of our drivers there. Lovely clipping points taken by both of the drivers, especially on the last corner there. And looks like we've got the Prince of Drift next up on the blocks, and Wong Sifu with his FT86. So on this run we have the Prince of Drift after in the lead, and car 860 Wong Sifu with the FT86 chasing. Outside lane in the lead. Then Kujan getting a nice initiation. Wong Sifu not far behind. Close proximity, almost too close there from Wong Sifu. Then Kujan doing a good job of holding it together there, but slowing down a touch, causing Wong Sifu to get nice and close with proximity. A bit of contact there. I think that was probably Denku Jan hit the cones out in front. We might need to check a replay on that fourth and final clipping zone. The rain has just gone to level 11. It was already at level 10. It's gone to 11 now. And the track is ultra wet. On the replay, it does look like Eric Wong went quite straight, but you couldn't see through the mist of the water on the floor. And now what we need to see is this fourth clipping point. Who touches what? Oh! Car number 12, Prince of Drift, touched the cones. We're going to be rechecking the replay. You cannot see. It's very difficult to see. The conditions out for our drivers is quite treacherous. These drift cars are not like your air-conditioned road cars where the screen is clear all the time. The cars might have their windscreen wipers on. For weight reduction, some of them only have one windscreen wiper as well. And it's very foggy inside the car. You might not be able to see from this replay, but this torrential rain is pretty crazy. Screens will be fogging up. But what we're going to do, we're going to see the replay. I think, yes. In my opinion, I think the Prince of Drift just clipped that cone on the front end. You can see the torrential rain, super, super heavy. Ben Ikesby there watching drifting videos in his car as PD Tan pulls up alongside him. This is going to be super difficult. These cars, some of them have engines almost inside the car. So, I mean, the cooling systems for these engines are poking out the back of the windscreen or the rear window. So it's going to cause a lot of steam and mist inside the car. Very difficult conditions. These cars don't generally have windows that wind down, and their front screens are going to be fogging up, which is why right now you can see PD Tan fanning his door. So, right now we're getting word from some of the teams that they just cannot see out of the car. You can see Ben Ikesby. If you look at his door's window, you cannot see out of that window glass. It is just misty. And the steam is usually on the inside. You get it from body heat. And also the engines heating up the front windscreen. It's treacherous. You cannot see anything going on. And the fact you can even get a run in this weather is actually pretty awesome. Little dog on the track. I think we're checking now to see what the visibility is like in these cars. And we are off. We got PD Tan in the lead, car number 8, SR20 versus Ben Ikesby. We can hardly see through the camera in the rain, so I don't know what it's like for our drivers, especially our chase driver, who's getting sprayed by the car in front. Very difficult, both cars straightening up there. I think the track conditions are getting a bit treacherous now. Riga has had drainage fixes done to it, but it's not going to do anything for this torrential rain. If we're judging it as it goes, that was definitely a 0-0 run. Both of our drivers straightening up. But I don't blame them. As you can see here, the visibility is getting less and less. And it's getting more and more dangerous. I think our judges are saying they're going to call it for safety reasons. You can see the front screen of Dankujan is steaming up there, and he's not the only car that's going to be happening to. Visibility is now pretty much at 0. The weather is nasty. So the run just now, we're not going to count. So the round that just happened, because of weather conditions, will not be counted. We had PD Tan in car number 8, the Nissan Silvia with the SR20. And we had car number 90, Ben Ikesby. It was a 0-0 run, but that will not be counted by our judges, purely because the visibility was virtually 0. So, not to worry, we're going to move on. And we're going to wait until the weather conditions clear up a little bit here in Malacca, at the Malacca International Motorsports Circuit. For driver safety, we're going to be taking a quick rain check. It's been a very exciting morning this morning. Lots of awesome drifting in qualifications, but unfortunately right now, rain has stopped play. None of these cars will be running wet tyres. They're all going to be running dry tyres. And on top of that, if you get water into your engine bay, onto your coils, it's going to mess the car up in phenomenal fashion. So it's better if we get all the cars back in, not just for the driver's sake, but also for their cars. Going to take a quick rain check here at Malacca International Motorsports Circuit. I see Crab Walker here, coming out to the commentary booth. This is like, he's one with the sea, Crab Walker. So, I mean, he'd love to what's it like as a driver in wet conditions like this?
I not really like it. Impossible to see. Yes. And then it's too slippery and too dangerous.
So in your car, do you have working windscreen wipers? Okay, you have working windscreen wipers. How does that help you when the inside of your window fogs up? It doesn't really help very much, no. I see.
What about you?
I think, I know from driving my drift car home, I don't have any rubber in between my bonnet and my chassis. So what happens is essentially the heat of the engine boils the water and causes smoke.
Turn on the aircon.
Does your drift car have air conditioning, Ivan?
The street car, yes, not the drift car. I suppose someone, I think Han Bing, his car do have aircon. Yes.
Really? I thought I saw Ben Ikespeed watching TV just now in his S15. I'm pretty sure he was watching the National Drift Series, round number 2, on his TV in his car. Maybe Ben has air conditioning. But really, without air conditioning and without working windscreen wipers and having your bonnet sealed to the chassis, it's virtually impossible to drive. You have to continually clean your window to get visibility, and it's extremely dangerous for our drivers. And again, what's it like for your car on a wet track like this?
What do you mean? Again?
So like, for example, your engine's a race engine. It's not covered, it's quite naked. What about the coil packs? What happens if you get water into your engine bay?
Oh my God, I don't want to. They're going to blow your engine. The motor is gone.
Right, that's the same sort of thing that happened to Fusing's S15 Variata. Yes, ignition went on one of the coils, so it basically blew up his piston. And so his number 1 piston went, which is why he needed to use one of his teammates' cars. However, that would happen to many, many more cars out here today because of the conditions, so it's better that Drift King's ex-NDS calls it off for now, a bit of a rain check, make sure that our drivers' safety is looked after and our drivers' cars can run later on. We're going to go and check the weather forecast and see what things look like for later on in the afternoon. But again, the last run of our top 32 left-hand side bracket, which was PD Tan and Ben Ikespeed, that's going to be not counted. We're going to run that back when the weather condition, when the weather conditions get better, because right now it's pretty treacherous out there.
There will be a reset and then rerun again.
Yes, they're going to reset and rerun the last bracket because.
Is it possible to rerun it for me?
No. Unfortunately for Ivan, he was 1 point out of the top 32. His 33rd place, probably by like 0.5 of a point. Did you feel confident coming in today? I mean, I know you haven't had much seat time, but you're disappointed. How do you feel?
I feel bad for myself. Yeah, I really thought that I can qualify, you see, but I end up, yeah, I didn't make it. Hopefully, yeah, tomorrow will be a better run.
So tomorrow we'll be back at it again, and hopefully the people that didn't qualify today will be able to participate tomorrow and go forward and get into the drift battles and win some prizes. Let's see how it goes. We won't know until tomorrow, of course. But right now, what we do know is that we're taking a quick breather as the rain has taken over. Malacca is currently about to be submerged in water. Yeah. Very, very wet track. We got one puppy dog on the track right now, contemplating life. He's just sitting out in the rain like, I love this. This is the first shower I've had in months. And again, all of our spectators here in the bandstands, we're being joined by some of our drivers as well, like Ivan Chew's come over here right now. Everyone's just chilling out over here, as well as in the docks. So I think we're going to be taking a quick break from me, Peter Davis, and Ivan Chew over here. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with hopefully a drier Malacca.
Yeah. See you soon.
See you soon here at the Malacca International Motorsports Circuit. Bye.
Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW. On my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. I do. I'm OMW. OMW. Watch me walk away, putting